of God. Let's get that going, y'all. Because we be getting into it, man. Y'all share this room. 94 people in here. Only 21 shares. Y'all share it to y'all social media, y'all Twitters, y'all Instagram, y'all WhatsApp, y'all group chats. Let's get that in, man. And let me not be a hypocrite and share it in my group chats right now. Kwame Asharala. I'm about to throw it on the Twitter feed. Ari, you want to throw it on the Facebook? Just tag me.
Uh, oh man, I just put it on my Facebook right now.
Uh,
You, want me, you say you want me to tag you when I do it?
yeah.
Okay, Con, I got you. I can still edit it and tag you.
Y'all, all praises to the Most High God. Y'all share the room, share, share, share. So we gonna be getting into it, man. Right? When y'all see a UFO, right? Or when they give the pictures of a UFO, where they got like a flying saucer, right? The flying saucer, that disc that spins. You understand how it go, right? It's something that spins. That's how you describe the UFO, as like a disc that spins, right? And it glows, it spins, and it glows. That's what the description of a UFO is like, right, Khan? Y'all
Uh,
follow me? If y'all follow me, hit one in the room chat. When they describe UFOs, they describe it as that disc that spins and it glows, right? If y'all follow me, put one in that group chat, man. Right? The one in that group chat, you follow me. When they describe the UFOs, you describing them as what? Them spinning objects that look like a big disc that glows. Con?
Con.
Right? It looked like what? A flying roll. Because that's how the Bible describes it, like a flying roll. So, Joshua, for the first one, I want you to get the book of Zechariah, right? Let's
Con.
get that. The book of Zechariah, chapter 5, verse 1.
This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 5, and verse 1. Then I turned and lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, a flying roll,
Or what?
a flying roll.
This is how the Bible describes it. So it was a flying roll. Because what? It looked like a disc, like a roll, and it was spinning around. So it said, Behold, something that looked like a flying roll, right? Read on.
Con. Salaki, let me get back to it.
Yeah, I want to read from verse 1 to like verse 4 or 5.
Con. This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 5, and verse 2. And he said unto me, What seest thou? And I answered, I see a flying roll.
Right?
The
Because that's
length,
the way he could describe it. The way he described it, like, yo, I see a flying roll. It looked like a roll, looked like a disc. It's spinning up in the air and it's flying. Right? Read on.
the length of is 20 cubits, and the breadth of 10 cubits.
A yin ya, modern days. Well, how long? How far? How long is a cubit? If you could look that up for me, that'd be cool. Right. Read that again from the top. I'll start from verse 1.
And this is the book of Zechariah, chapter 5 and verse 1. Then I turned and lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, a flying roll. And he said unto me, What seest thou? And I answered, I see a flying roll. The length thereof is 20 cubits, and the
The length
breadth
thereof,
thereof 10 cubits.
the length thereof is 20 cubits, and the width thereof is 8 cubits. Right. So it was a flying roll, but it wasn't a real equal roll. It was more long than it was wide. Right. So you seen a UFO spinning in the air.
And
So
it's a lot.
kind
I looked up the cubits. I got 1.5 feet, and I also have from the length from your elbow to your hand.
right. So a cubit from the is basically a little bit over a foot. So it was long as 20 feet and as wide as 8 feet. Right. So that was probably like a solo chariot. But then that's still something to see. If you're looking up in the air, you see this flying disc that's about 20 feet long, right? And 8 feet wide. You're like, whoa. John?
Uh,
Right, read on.
uh, this is the book of Zechariah, chapter 5, and verse 3. Then said unto me, This is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the whole earth. For every one that stealeth shall be cut off on this side according to it, and every one that sweareth shall be cut off as on that side according to it.
You see that? He said this is the curse that's going to hit the earth, right? That curse is going to hit the earth that everybody that stole, right? What did they steal? They stole us. They stole us. They stole our nationality. They stole our riches, right? They stole our land, right? Everyone that stole is going to get hit with this curse, right? And everyone that swear, and when it's going to that word swear, it means committing idolatry, right? Worshiping false gods. So all these nations with their false gods that robbed us and robbed the God of Israel, this is the curse that's going to be smacking up across the earth. Khan?
Con, Salakia.
Khan.
20 cubits is like 30 feet.
30 feet, Khan, the water. Khan, because, yeah, a foot and a half. So 20 of those would make 30 feet. Because you got to add those half a foots. That's a mighty size.
Salakia.
Khan.
That's like the size of most trailers behind a truck, a rig. You got the 28 footers, you got 48 footers. So yeah, that's about like a regular size
Big,
trailer.
like a
Yeah.
big rig trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Khan. Khan. Man had the big rig in the sky. I mean, that's a sight to see. Most people would give up the ghost just off that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people would give up the ghost. Their heart will stop. They'll pass out just by seeing that alone. So it had to be some mighty men in the Bible. Even though when a lot of these prophets were having visions, they say great fear was upon them. Let's not get it twisted. Like what I'm saying. Even though this is good news for Israel, it's just the mightiness and the extravagance in the presence of the Most High God through the angels and through the visions. What I'm saying, it had them terrified. Khan?
Uh,
You know what I'm saying? Because even though I know the Most High God you know what I'm saying, is for Israel. And I know the chariots is for Israel, man. If I see a chariot, I'll be excited, but I'll also be terrified, man. Those things is like out of this.
Ah,
Yeah, Salakia. Big Mike said that's a small trailer because he drives a 53 foot. Yeah, I was talking about the trailer, not behind the big rig, but like I'm thinking so much about hot shots because I'm working on my trailer. So yeah, it's definitely a smaller trailer. You know what I'm saying, brother? Do that in the audience, but remember also, um, I remember Independence Day in the movie with Will Smith. They had a bunch of little ones, and then there was the mothership. You know what I'm saying? So it, we don't know what's what. You know what I'm saying? Until we get there. You know what I'm saying? And what we read, but I'm sure there's different sizes for different situations. You know.
Con. And that was just a quick pull up he did just to show Zachariah something, right? But when you talk about the chariots of the Most High God, man, uh, let me get Jeremiah. Let me get Jeremiah 4:13, just to continue the description of the chariots. Let me get Jeremiah 4:13. Let's get that.
and this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 4, and verse 13. Behold, he shall come up as clouds, and his chariot shall be as a whirlwind.
Shall be
It's
as what?
a whirlwind.
You see that? Because it's spinning. A lot of people's, when they describe UFOs, they describe them as what? Those discs in the air that glow and spin. So it says it should be as a whirlwind because a whirlwind spins, right? Read on.
Con, his horses are swifter than eagles. Woe unto us, for we are spoiled.
You see that? He said his horses are swifter than eagles, man. With chariots, they go in the air, right? It's described as what? A cloud, but also a whirlwind, right? And they go swifter than eagles, right? Whoever seen an eagle swoop through the air, or even a hawk? Those things, man, they could speed up, they could slow down, but when they move, it look natural. You know what I'm saying? It looked like a hot knife going through butter. It looks swift, real swift, like a jump shot that's all net. You know what I'm saying? That's how them eagles in the air they move. That's how the chariots move. Like I said, this is why the Navy, they so crazy and excited and terrified because they're tracking these chariots move at all sorts of altitudes, slowing down, speeding up, and they don't change their velocity in between water and air. They're in and out the ocean with the same velocity, with the same movement, slowing down, speeding up. It doesn't matter. They're swift, right? It's like it's crazy when you think about it. Let me get Exodus 13 and 21, right?
Con, so like I pulled up the speed for eagles because I was watching a little short clip about them the other day.
Con,
Those things, I'm looking at it right now. The bald eagle, it says can go 75 to 99 miles per hour. The golden eagle, 200 miles per hour. And then you got
what?
the red. What's that?
The golden eagle could go 200 miles per hour.
200 miles an hour. If you
Wow,
watch a if you watch a video on them, they can or they say to the eagles, those birds of prey, everything we doing look like slow motion to them.
wow.
What was that book in Exodus at?
Yeah, you said you what? Continue what you saying about the eagle. You said the bald eagle, the golden eagle, and then the last one you was gonna say.
Kind, and we got the red tail hawk is 120 miles per hour.
Wow. Yeah, so he said that them chariots moving swifter than the eagle. That's what they meaning, man. It could be blooded. and it could just speed up and look like 200 miles per hour. You know, the chariots could even move faster than that. But you know, from a person back in those days as a prophet, that's the quickest thing in the air he could think about saying. John,
God.
yeah, let me get Exodus 13 and 21 to further describe these chariots.
God. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 13, verse 21. And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud to lead them away, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, and go by day and night.
You see that? So we established that the chariots of the Most High God, or the vehicle of the Most High God, right? The vehicles at the chariots, you know what I'm saying? The angels and the Most High God they use, they're described as what? Whirlwinds, clouds, right? A flying roll, you know what I'm saying? And fires by night because they have that glow, right? And this is what led us out of Egypt. A lot of people forget about that. We had that mothership over our heads. And you wonder why the Pharaoh army got, drowned in the Red Sea. You wonder why all those plagues was hitting Egypt because of the chariots, you know what I'm saying, was sapping that power right into Moses. You know what I'm saying? Through the energy of the Most High God, Yahweh, man. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai. Right over our heads while we was getting led out of Egypt was swing low, sweet chariots. That's why our ancestors sang about them in the cotton field, right? Because they wanted to get escorted out of Babylon, out of that captivity through the chariots. And this is why the U.S. government, they know what time it is. That's why they're admitting that the chariots are a threat to national security, right? A threat to national security, right? The fire by night and the cloud by day, right? So we established how the chariots look, right? They look like flying rolls, but it could be described as whirlwinds, right? Or pillars of fire in the air, right? Let me get Psalms 68 and 17.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 68, and verse 17. The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The Lord is among them, as in Sinai, in the holy place.
So you see, the Most High God has thousands of chariots, thousands and thousands of chariots, thousands upon thousands, right? He got the big chariots and he got the little chariots. He got his chariot. You understand? He has thousands upon thousands of chariots. So don't get it twisted. That's a fleet. It's a fleet. And Esau is terrified, man. Let me get Psalms 104 and 3.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 104, and verse 3. Who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters? Who
Whoa,
make
whoa. It says the beams of his chambers in the water, right? Read on.
who maketh the clouds his chariot?
Who
Who
made the what?
walketh the clouds his chariot?
Right? Who made the clouds his chariot? Because the clouds, right, are described as chariots. And these also the chariots of the Most High God, man. They could, blend in with the clouds, right? They could cloak. Like modern day terms, they could cloak or blend in or camouflage themselves amongst the clouds. He makes the clouds his chariots, right? Read on.
Uh, who walketh upon the wings of the wind?
And he walketh upon the wings of the wind, man. These things are flying, right? On the jet stream, right? Walking on air, right? Soaring like an eagle. Con,
Uh,
right? and these are what a security threat to Esau. Because you know what time it is when he comes. When the Most High God comes with the chariots, it's game over. It's game over. There's no need for any type of nonsense, man. Let me get Jeremiah, Jeremiah 16, and start at verse 14.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 16, and verse 14. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that it shall be no more said, Yahweh liveth, that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But
Right? It be no
Yahweh,
said that Yahweh is the one that brought us out of the land of Egypt, because all throughout the Bible, that's who he's referred to. He was referred as the God that brought us out of the land of Egypt, right? But on the return of Yahweh Shai, Yahweh is going to be called, right, something else, right? Read on.
verse 15, but Yahweh liveth, that brought up the children of Israel from the land, Salakia. But Yahweh liveth, that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the lands whither he had driven them, and I will bring them again to their land that I gave unto their fathers.
So this is a future prophecy about the land of the north, right? And when you go into it, it's talking about here, America, Babylon the Great, right? The land of confusion, the land of sodomy, and the land where most of the children of Israel is scattered. The bulk of the children of Israel is here at the land of the north, right? Don't let nobody fool you in thinking that most of the children of Israel is in Africa. No. We were scattered all over. Yeah, there's a remnant in Africa. Yeah. I'm not going to say there's no Israelites in Africa. There's a remnant in Africa, but all tribes are Negro nonsense, that's fooey. Because they got to show me where's the land in the north when it's talking about Africa, if that's the case. Because it says he's going to be the God of Israel, right, that delivers us out of the land of the north. And ironically, right, the land in the north gets attached to Babylon in the scriptures, right? Because this is what? Babylon the Great, the new Babylon, the land of confusion, right? The land where everybody is come together, just like in the Tower of Babel, right? This is Babylon the Great. This is all the captivities just molded into one, right? And it's also the land of confusion because a lot of Israelites in this land don't even know who the hell they are. But this is the land of the north, right? And ironically, this is also called North America. Let's get Zechariah 6, and start at verse 1.
This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 6, and verse 1. And I turned and lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, there came 4 chariots from between 2 mountains, and the mountains were mountains of brass.
You see that? So, right? These mountains of brass are strong, strong governments and empires, right? And what's coming out of these, coming from before them, right? 2 chariots, right? So this is when we come together, Northern and Southern Kingdom come back together, and the chariots support us. Read on.
Verse 2. In the first chariot were red horses, and in the second chariot were black horses, and in the third chariot white horses, and in the fourth chariot grizzled and bay horses. Then I answered and said unto the angel that talked with me, What are these, my Lord? And the angel answered and said unto me, These are the 4 spirits of the heavens, which goeth forth from standing before the Lord all the earth.
You see that? So these are what? These are commanded through the Spirit of the Lord, man, right? These are the heavenly chariots set out to go all over the earth. Read on.
Verse 6. The black horses which are therein go forth into the north country,
Into where?
and into the north country,
To the north country, right? Into the north, right? The land of the north, right? Read on.
And the white go forth after them, and the grizzle go forth toward the south country.
Read on.
And the bay went forth and sought to go that Slovakia. And the bay went forth and sought to go that they might walk and go fro through the earth. And he
Right.
said,
They might go walk to and fro through the earth, right? And what are they doing? They're collecting the other scattered Israelites. That's what this one is doing. Those chariots are collecting the other scattered Israelites. This is also a prophecy of the Most High God making moves so Josiah could rule. But this is a duality of when the Most High God is going to take us up out of the land of the north, which is so called Babylon the Great, right? North America, which you would know as United States under Satan's authority, man, right? Read on.
uh, "Get you hence, walk and go and Slovakia. Get you hence, walk to and fro through the earth." So they walked to and fro through the earth. Then cried he upon me, and spake unto me, saying, Behold, these that go toward the north country have quieted my spirit in the north country.
You see that? Those that go forth in the north country has quieted spirit in the north country, man. The Most High God has beef with the country or the land of the north, right? So read verse 9 and 10.
Uh, and the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Take them of the captivity, even Heldai, Tobijah, and Jedediah, which are come from Babylon,
Come from
and
where?
come down Babylon.
We see Babylon is what? Right? Synonymous with the land of the north, the country of the north, right? So this is why this is a duality. You can stop right there and get
Salakia, real quick, if I may, Shalpar.
let me just get one more verse, right? I just wanted to show people that, the land of the north is also synonymous with Babylon, right? And where we at right now, Babylon the Great. Let's get Revelation 17 and 5, right quick. And then you can step in, Ari.
And this is the book of Revelation, chapter 17, and verse 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
Right? That's where we at right now. We are Babylon the Great, aka North America, aka the land of the north, right? This is Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations, right? So all that is linking up to the chariots eventually coming here, liberating our people and destroying America. I'm gonna get some more verses on that. But yeah, go ahead, Irie.
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quick. When you read Jeremiah, Jeremiah was part of the Babylonian captivity, right? So Jeremiah also pinpoints that refers to Babylon, which we know is duality in prophecy, also referring to the modern day Babylon too. He referred to it as the land of the north. Go to Jeremiah 16 and 15 real quick, if you don't mind.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 16, and verse 15. But Yahweh liveth and brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the lands whither he had driven them, and will bring them again into their land that I gave unto their fathers.
Right, when you look at this prophecy, that's into the last days, what's going to happen, right? So yes, the bulk of the Israelites is in the land of the north, which is also known as modern day Babylon, right? And from here, right, we understand that he's going to redeem Israel from the four corners of the earth. But the point that Shalpar is emphasizing is the fact that the bulk of the Israelites will be redeemed from here, right, from this part of the world. So I just wanted to add that real quick, but I yield. You got it.
Right, Con, Shalom. Yeah, brothers brought out some points, a lot of points. Yeah, you got Israel on the four corners of the earth. As far as Africa, it makes sense that you would have Israelites there, of course. You know what I mean? You just got to look at it realistically. I don't even think they got everybody on them ships. You know what I mean? They got the bulk, like Ari said. But, you know, I'm pretty sure you had some Israelites that probably even during the time when they was trying to get them escaped and went back into the land and stuff. And then that's where we was picked up from. So you got Israelites over there. You definitely got Israelites over there. In the old school one West, we was more taught that, it's ham. Most of it's ham. But I mean it just makes sense when you look at it. But, then you also got a lot of Hamites over there too. And a lot of those areas that we was at, eventually like a lot of Ham came in and conquered them areas. So it's a subject that you really got to analyze when you look at it. Also, you know, you may have people that's doing the customs of the Israelites, but remember, Israel influenced everybody wherever they went. That's just like the so-called Jew. When we lost our heritage, or I didn't lose our heritage, got disconnected from our heritage, the so-called Jew that was taught, in the 7th century, even before that, when you go into it, but main in the 7th century under the Cossacks, during the Christian and Muslim war, during the Byzantine war, where we used a lot of them Cossacks, and they was taught to fight with us against Muslim invasions, and we taught them the customs and the Israelite customs. You know what I mean? And they took it and they felt like when we lost our heritage, they became the new Jew. But it was really us teaching them like the customs when they came out of the Caucasus Mountains. We used them because they was fighters. You know what I mean? Not all Edomites is weak, and you had Edomites that was fighters, and the Cossacks, they was known to be fighters. So we took them out of the caves. They came out of the caves, and we taught them the customs, and we cleaned them up basically, and taught them cut the Israelite customs. And from there, they just started believing that they Israelites, or they the Jews. And when we fell, they said, "Hey, we the new Jew." So, you got a lot. You got to understand, Israel just influenced the whole world with the salt of the earth. So wherever we go, we influence. So you got people that just kept the customs of the Israelites. That don't necessarily mean they're Israelites. That just mean they kept our customs from generation to generation. So I think that's where a lot of the confusion starts sometimes, because you may have people and you say, look, they keeping all the customs of the Israelites. They must be Israelites. No, we influenced them, and they just kept our customs all the way till today in some cases. Now, like I said, when you look at Africa, if that's where we come from, obviously you're going to have Israelites there. You ain't going to have all of them that they get on the ships. I mean? The large bulks of them got on the ships, but, it just makes sense that, there was Israelites that still remained over there, but, and then, like I say, that's where the confusion come, because there's a lot of Hamites that's still there too, you know what I mean? So, just something we got to analyze, but, somebody give me 1 Corinthians 14 and 23 and 24, as far as the chariots, like this is deep. It's a deep subject, and you really got to be locked into the word. If you're not really locked into the word, a lot of people will look at you like you bugged out when you talk about it. But now that the white man is stuck, because we've been talking about it. I mean, I'm telling you, back in the days, people used to really look at us like we was bugged out. This was before it really started coming out. I mean, I'm talking about way back, 20, 25 years ago. They looked at you like you was crazy teaching this, you see. And, brothers always talked about this scripture right here. Give me 1 Corinthians 14 and 23, somebody. Public show.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 14, verse 23. If therefore the whole church be come together into one place, and shall Salakia, and all speak with tongues, and there come in those that are unlearned or unbelievers, will
Come on.
they not say that ye are mad?
They not say you are mad. So, that's just, Paul was talking about the churches, but unbeliever, somebody that don't know, they're going to take you for crazy. And, that's what we went to. Give me Luke 12:2. So now you brothers, y'all got it much easier, man, because y'all can bring out these facts. Y'all can go, to the YouTube. You can bring out, Congress' whole historic hearing of Navy UFO sightings. Y'all can bring that out now. We couldn't do that. So, we lost a lot of people. We talk about, evidently we didn't lose them because Christ said, none have I lost. But a lot of people looked at us like we was crazy when we was bringing this out. But it's a new day. Luke 12:2.
God, this is the book of Luke, chapter 12 and verse 2. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither
It's nothing.
hid,
Come on.
neither hid that shall not be known.
So now this is how we know too that the last days is on us. You know what I mean? Like I said, 25 years ago, teaching this was rough. It was rough, brothers. Used to be laughed at, But now all things are being brought out. All things are being revealed. You see what I'm saying? And now people is receptive to this information more. And that's how you know we in these last days. That's how you know. Because this truth is being magnified. That's what one more and then I'm a year. Um Colossians 1:26. First first Colossians 1:26, and then I'm a year. Bring that out, brother.
God, this is the book of Colossians, chapter 1, verse 26. Even the mystery which hath been hid from ages and from generations, but now is made manifest to his saints.
See that? Even the mysteries that's been hid from ages and generations is now being manifest to his saints. So now you seeing this, man. You seeing this revealed, man, which they always knew that. They always knew that because when you go into every civilizations, from the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Persians, you know what I mean? They always wrote about chariots. Chariots was always known, the Roman Empire. They always talked about this, so they always knew about this information. You got books that tells you that a whole lot of officers. In fact, when you read the book Beholding a Pale Horse, the Navy intelligence officer, he was at the highest level of Navy intelligence officer, William Cooper, who they killed. He talked about the chariots.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it was always known, but they hid it. That's how you know these times is at an end, man. Because these things is being brought out. With that, I yield.
Just to land me back to what the elder's talking about, right? Let's get Daniel 12:4 right quick, right? The like I'm always thankful for the elders, man. The elders, like Elder Taraz said, man, they had a lot harder than us. Nowadays, everybody got a smartphone, even though the people are stupid, right? They got smartphones, and you could just look things up. Like everything is at the access of your palm right now. All the documentation, all the evidence, video footage, you know what I'm saying? Statements from high authorities. You can pull all that up. I'm gonna bring up some stuff. I'm about to change that video and put up another video in a second. You know, but like knowledge is increased. Let's get Daniel's 12:4. But double honors to the elders, right? Double honors to the elders that held it down for us, and now we just gotta take up the torch, right? Daniel's 12:4. Let's get that.
God, this is the book of Daniel, chapter 12 and verse 4. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased.
Now that we at the end, right? We at the end times, like Elder Tarah says. You could tell we at the end, man. Because now look how knowledge has increased. Sealed documents they've been hiding for hundreds of years are now out. You know what I'm saying? Now, they talk about the UFOs are real. Now Donald Trump made a space force. Now they talk about it's a threat. Yeah, we've been knew it was a threat. We've been knew it was a threat for you because the chariot's always been with us, man. Let me get First Corinthians chapter 10, read verses 1 and 2. The chariots are with us, but they're not with you. So
This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 10, and verse 1. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should go, Salakia, that ye should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea.
you see that? Don't be ignorant to the fact that the cloud was with us. Remember, a cloud by day and a fire by night, a pillar of fire by night. That cloud by day was a chariot. So when Moses led us up out of Egypt, don't be ignorant to the fact that that chariot was over our heads, that cloud was over our heads, right? And when we got baptized under Moses, they say John the Baptist was the first person to baptize, right? No, when we got baptized under Moses, right? That Levite, right? We got baptized underneath that cloud too. So let's not be ignorant. The chariots have always been with us, and that's why they're a threat to this government because this government is oppressing us constantly. The chariots is coming here to destroy. Let's get Isaiah. Let me get Isaiah 66 and start at verse 15.
God, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 66, and verse 15. For behold, Yahweh will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind,
Like a what?
to like a whirlwind,
Like a what?
like a whirlwind,
But that word, that whirlwind, right, is spinning. And he said he will come with fire, right? That pillar of fire, like a whirlwind, that glowing, fiery chariot. Read on.
to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yahweh shall be many,
And the what?
and the slain of Yahweh shall be many.
Right? The slain of Yahweh shall be many, right? And let's see how he is gonna dividend his judgments, right? Read on.
Con, they that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh,
Eating
and
what?
swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith Yahweh.
And they're all gonna be consumed by the fire, right? With the fiery sword, with the fire, right? That comes from the chariot, man. I'm about to switch up the clip right now and put that Independence Day clip, man. That's what I'm about to do. And I'm gonna ask you to read that again, King. Right? I'm about to put up the Independence Day clip. Ask you to read it again. And whoever got time, y'all should check out the clip right quick. It's a 3-minute clip. Switch that to the Independence Day clip of that chariot destroying the White House. Even when you just look at your screen and see what I put up, you see that chariot destroying the White House, right? That's that what? That's that whirlwind right there. That's that cloud, right? That's that flying roll, right? And they said what it was going to be a curse to the thief, man. Who's a bigger thief than America, man? Who's a bigger thief than the so-called Caucasian, right? Who's a bigger thief than Esau, right? The chariots is against him. That's why they're what? A national security threat. Okay?
Con,
All right. Read that one more time. Isaiah 66, 15 through 17.
this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 66, verse 15. For behold, Yahweh will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yahweh shall be many. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the garden behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith Yahweh.
Right? The abomination and the mouse. Right? Moab, you already know he a damn mouse eater. The abomination eating heathens and you wicked ass Israelites that don't want to repent and still want to eat your damn crab legs and your shrimp pasta and your pork bacon. Yeah, y'all gonna get destroyed too, right along with the heathen. And it's so funny, man. When you check out this movie clip, you got these heathen on top of the roof with signs. We welcome you. Take me to your leader, little green men. Right, and that thing just open up and blast them to dust. Blast them to dust. Yo, y'all check out the movie clip I threw up, man. Independence Day. This movie was real off too, man, because they had the aliens, man, some big creatures with like long dreadlocks that moved around. You know what I'm saying? They always try to crack jokes on us like that, like the movie Predator. Big
Oh,
creature with dreadlocks. They always say that what these people from outer space, right, is gonna be these big black creatures with dreadlocks, right?
yeah.
And that's how they always depict us, right?
I remember Hillary Clinton. She had a documentary, and she called all black people predators.
Yeah, she said we were super predators.
Yeah. So it's starting to make sense what you saying.
Yeah. Whenever get a chance to check out that movie clip, check it out, man. To me, it is hilarious, right? I might just watch Independence Day today with the family later on tonight. You know, maybe probably watch it with them quick fast before the Thursday night call, or a little bit after the Thursday night call. This is crazy. Watch watch them. They're like, hooray! Yeah, y'all got to rewatch that movie, man. Pat, you right. All right, Pat in the chat. You right. You got to rewatch that movie. Who does Esau get to try to save him though? Good old Will Smith, right? Will Smith trying to save him in Independence Day. And listen, any of you so-called black people, where they say join the U.S. Army to fight the alien invasion, y'all are gonna be stupid as hell to try to do that. Y'all talk about is there alien invasion? We need everybody to arm up and fight. Y'all niggas is dumb if y'all do that.
Dumb as fuck. Dumb as a box of rocks. That ain't the word.
Y'all dumb, man. I'm telling you, y'all straight retards if y'all do that. So yeah, watch that clip. Know what time it is, man. Right? This is your Independence Day. And I want to be funny if Yahweh makes a mockery of them this year, since they want to talk about UFOs. Probably something go down 4th of July with a chariot. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a chariot pop up and they try to destroy it, and then the chariot make them look like idiots again. Right? Because there's footage of ballistic missiles hitting a chariot, and it's like doing nothing at all. I could put up that footage soon too. I'll just letting this rock out right quick. Right? Let's tell you some more about these clouds. Let me get the book of Acts, Ak. Let me get the book of Acts. Let me show y'all something right quick. It has to do with our Messiah. Our Messiah left with the chariots, and he's coming back with the chariots. Right? Let me get the book of Acts, Ak, chapter 1, and let's start at verse 6.
God, this is the book of Acts, chapter 1, and verse 6. When they therefore were come together, they asked him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel?
Right? Because the apostles, the ones that did the ministry with Christ, his apostles, man, they had the understanding that the kingdom is coming to Israel, not to everybody, to Israel. Read on.
And he said unto them, It is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power.
And there goes a cut to the Trinity, saying the Father has put in his own power. He ain't saying mind your business. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. He said the Father has put in his own power, right? Speaking of a whole nother person, not himself. And this is after his crucifixion, where he was supposed to go to heaven and become God again. That's a cut to the Trinity. And it's also cut to anybody that's trying to tell you they know the times, right? They don't know the times. The Father put that in his own perspective. No one could tell you that 2025 on March 11th, the Messiah is going to return. Nobody knows the date. We just know that it's coming soon through the prophecy. Read on.
Gone. Verse 8. But ye shall receive power after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you, and ye shall be Salakia, and ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth.
You see that? And that's why the gospel shall be spread all through the earth. And that's what us Israelites are doing, man. That's why we're all over the internet. We all over this clubhouse. We're all over the streets. And now we're actually worldwide. We got worldwide camps, man. Right? We got HOI in the UK right now, man. So, we all over the place. Read on.
God. Verse 9. And when he had spoken these things while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight.
You see that? He was taken up. He was beamed up. He was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. A UFO took Yahushua up, and it brought him into the heavens. A cloud received him out of their sight. And they was like, yo, what just happened? That was crazy. They looking up in the air. Like, wow. Right? Read on.
God. Verse 10. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall come in like manner, as ye have seen him go into heaven.
You see that? And they said, what? Into heaven. He went up in the air. He went into outer space. And they said, that's the heavens, right? He was taken up in the cloud, so-called UFO, into the heavens, right? So basically, they seen the person they was following get zapped up in a UFO and then dip off into outer space, and they just looking up, gazing. That's why the angels that appeared to them say, "Why are you over there gazing up like this?" Right? Don't be surprised, because the same way he was taken up is the same way he's coming back, right? So don't let nobody on this app convince you that they're the damn Messiah. Good God Almighty. Don't let nobody do that, right? Because the same way Christ left is the same he's returning. He's returning with the chariots. He's returning with the chariots. That's how he's coming back. Because that's the way he left. And they said this same Yahushua that got zapped up into heaven through the chariot is coming back with the chariots. Khan,
Uh,
y'all throw a 777 in the chat if y'all following. A 777 in the chat. Let's get the book of Daniel's, chapter 7 and verse 13. Let's get that, because this is what's happening in the heavens. He got taken up into the chariot, and then dipped off into the heavens. Let's see what's happening in the heavens right now as we bring out this word. Right? Let's get the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 13.
And this is the book of Daniel, chapter 7 and verse 13. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him.
You see that? So the Son of Man, yeah, who is Hamashiach Yahushai, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, he came to the Ancient of Days, who's Yahweh, right? The Most High God, right? He came to him, which is another cut to the Trinity, because these are two separate people in the heavens. The clouds that took him from earth brought him into the heavens to the Most High God, right? So remember, in the book of Acts, it said the chariots took him up, the clouds took him up, and I was saying the clouds of heaven, which is the so-called UFOs, right? The clouds of heaven, right? They're bringing him to the Most High God. And look what happens. Read on.
And that was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed.
Right. So right now, Yahushua is receiving the power from Yahweh is like a charge up. He's getting this charge up, right? He's getting this charge up. He's getting this increase from Yahweh. And when he finally returns, he's have power and authority and dominion. Read on.
Salaki, I lost the verse.
What verse you was on? You was either on 15 or 16.
Okay. I'm getting back to the Bible.
Why he gets that? You know what I'm saying? Checking in the group chat, yada yada. The angel numbers thing. Don't fall into the hype. Angels don't have specific numbers. That's nowhere in the Bible that an angel has a specific number, right? Or that angel number stuff, that's going back to witchcraft. You got to stay away from that stuff, right? And then they say that
Salaki,
you got it.
I'm trying to I'm getting my Bible app back up, but we're in the book of Daniel chapter 7, right?
Yeah, kind.
Um we're verse, here we go.
Read verse 14 again.
Okay. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Verse 15. I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me.
You see that? So even though this was excellent news that Yahushua is going to come back and conquer the earth, right, with the power he receives from Yahweh, right, it still was a troubling to him because it's just like it was so mighty that it was scary, right? So, it says unto us, woe to those that, want the day of the Lord. I'm paraphrasing, or fiending for the day of the Lord, or want to bring out the day of the Lord quicker than it's supposed to be, because it's going to be terrible. Even for the ones that's being delivered, it's going to be frightening, right? Because that day is going to be filled with darkness and not light, right? So let's go back to this quote unquote New Testament. Let's get Revelations 1 and 7.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, Amen.
Right? He gonna come back with the clouds after Yahweh gives him the power. Because remember in Acts, right? This the timeline y'all gonna keep in mind. In Acts chapter 1, right? from verse, what was that? Verse 6 through 9 or 6 through 10, right? It shows that Yahushua was taken up in the cloud, right? And went into the heavens. In the book of Daniel's, right, chapter 7, verses 13 through 15, you'll see that Yahushua got brought into heavens by the clouds, which is the so-called UFOs, right? They brought him to the Most High God, and he received power. And now in Revelations 1 and 7, he's coming back to the earth with the power he got from Yahweh to conquer, right? And all the earth is going to wail because of him, right? When they say whale, know what a whale is? We're not talking about the big fish in the water. No, we're not talking about a whale. When it says it's going to wail because of him, a wail is like a cry and a yell at the same time. It's like, oh my God, no. That's a wail.
Hey, Salakia, like that one brother from I might have to find that picture. It's the brother that was on that talk show, talking to his kids with that one lady that's in therapy. He just bust out crying.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I'm gonna put it on my PTR. Everybody gonna know what's going on.
God. But bring out Revelations 1 and 7 one more time.
Kind. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1 and verse 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even
And all
so, amen.
and all kindreds of the earth is gonna wail because of him. Right? And when he come with the clouds, all eyes shall see him. And how they gonna see him? Through this device that you got in your hand, that you're listening to Clubhouse on. All praises to the Most High God, because when Yahweh shot crack the sky, it's gonna go viral, and then everything else is gonna cut the fuck off. The last thing on earth that's gonna go viral is Yahweh shot coming. Them chariots is gonna go viral. Trust me. And that's the national security threat they're talking about. When all kindreds of the earth is gonna wail because of him. That's the national security threat. God,
Con.
all praises. Let me get a few more scriptures in and further my point about the chariots, man. Listen, yo, like, this is one of my favorite subjects, man. That's why I love that saying, HOI to the chariots fly. I love that saying. You know what I'm saying? Right, let's get some more chariots in the Bible. Let me get Second Kings. We get Second Kings chapter 2, verse 12.
And I got that if you look at my PTR, I got that picture I was talking about.
Okay, let me see. Oh yeah. God. I know what you're talking. Yeah, yeah. That's how they face gonna be when Howard shot come back. Especially when you crack that sky and you just finished taking a bite of that baconator. And the face gonna look exactly like that. Oh man.
Yo, this is a baconator. Like it. This is the book of Second Kings, chapter 2 and verse 12. And Elisha saw it, he cried, Salakia. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariot of Israel, and the horsemen thereof. And he saw him no more. And he took Salakia, and he took hold of his own clothes and rent them in two pieces. Read on.
La right? After he seen that chariot, man, he got so excited in his being, man. He rent his clothes into two pieces, man. He did the Hulkamania with his clothes, man. That's how crazy it is to see a chariot in person. It's like ultra amazing, right? Let's get the book of Ezekiel, chapter 1. Let me get that book of Ezekiel, chapter 1.
And this is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 1, verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 13th year, in the fourth month, in the fifth day of the month, as I was among the captives by the river Sheber, that the heavens were open, and I saw visions of God.
So the heavens were open, and he seen visions of God, right? Read on.
God. In the 15th, Salakia, in the fifth day of the month, which was the fifth year of King Jehoiakim's captivity, the word of Yahweh came expressly unto Ezekiel the priest, the son of Baziah, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Sheber, and the hand of Yahweh was there upon him. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and Salakia, and a fire enfolding itself with a
You see that?
brightness, Salakia,
So the heavens open, and now he's seen what? A great cloud. There goes that word again, cloud, right? A whirlwind, right? And a fire enfolding in itself. So that's how it looks. It looks like a spinning fire within a cloud, right? The UFO, that flying road, that spinning object. Read that verse again from the top.
God, this is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 1 and verse 4. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst, Salakia, out of the midst of the fire.
Right, the color of amber, right? Now ambers look. When you burn fire, now them ambers look like a glowing color, a glowing bright reddish color. Right? Read on.
Verse 5. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of four living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had four faces, and every one had four wings, and their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass.
What color they look like?
Burnished brass.
Right, they look like burnished brass. And like Elder Terah brought out that, you got ex-astronauts admitting, saying that the beings that came out of the UFO look like tall, dark-skinned dudes, tall black dudes. He said they look black. He's like, what, you mean like African American brown? He's like, nah. He said black. Like bliggity. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they sparkled, as in what? Burnished brass. Cotton?
God.
Right? That's it on that, King. Let me get another one. And then I'm going to yield and open up the floor. Get some of these articles out. Let me get the book of Second Kings, right? Second Kings chapter 6, verse 17.
And this is the book of Second Kings, chapter 6 and verse 17. And Elisha prayed and said, Yahweh, I pray thee, open his eyes that he may see. And Yahweh opened his eyes, Salakia, and Yahweh opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha.
You see that? Right? Open up his eyes so he can see the chariots, man, because the chariots is all around. right? Like I said, they got that quote unquote advanced technology. They know how to cloak and camouflage themselves whenever they want to, but they can't manifest themselves to you if you're worthy, right? So let me get now 2 Kings chapter 13 and start at verse 14.
This is the book of Second Kings, chapter 13 and verse 14. Now Elisha was falling sick on his Salakia. Now Elisha was falling sick of his sickness whereof he died. And Joash, the king of Israel, came down unto him and wept over his face and said, O my father, the chariot of Israel and the horsemen thereof.
Right, so the chariots is coming to take him up. Right, when he fell sick, it looked like he's about to perish. Right, you know what I'm saying? They be having visions of the chariots taking them up. So you know these you know what I'm saying, these instances in the Bible where it's mentioned the chariots, it was mentioned the whirlwinds and the clouds of the Most High God. These are all connections to what you would call UFOs. You know, I got a few other scriptures to bring out, but I'm gonna open up the floor right now. I gotta handle something. I'm gonna post up some articles. So you know, anybody got any questions, comments? Feel free to raise your hand, and we can discuss the matters, man. Kwame Asharala. Oh, someone's asking for the last scripture. The very last one or the one before that? Because we went to Second Kings 6 and 17. Then we went to Second Kings 13 and 14. Also, we went to Second Kings chapter 2, verse 12, but you could get 11 and 12. Right? All these verses is in connections of what you would call the so-called UFOs. Right? I'm going to take down this clip of Independence Day, and I'm going to start putting up the articles. We're going to get into the articles soon as well. Let me go do something right quick, though. Ira, you there? Or are you busy?
Hey, Salakia. Yeah, I'm doing something real quick. What you got, King?
Nah, not much. I was just making sure you there. You know, because I was about to do something, but I could talk while I'm doing it.
Oh, you got to do something? Okay, Khan. I can hold it down for a minute. Go to Isaiah 60 real quick. Stay on topic. Yeah, I'm going to hold it down for a second.
All right, Kyle. All phrases.
Go on verse 1 out.
Yeah, we could do verse 1. It's going to tie into what Shahpar is talking about the chariots. All right? Yeah, just to hold it down for a minute until he gets back, and I got to get back to what I'm doing. But go ahead, Ak. Start at the very first verse.
Cotton. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But Yahweh shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee.
Yeah, take it step by step. Pause in between commas and all that stuff. Also, when you read each verse, just pause. If I don't need to elaborate, I'll let you. I'll tell you to go on. Okay. Start from the top
Done.
again if you don't mind. And obviously, we know this is talking about salvation for Israel, but we're going to get into it. But go ahead.
Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen upon thee.
Right. What's that light it's talking about here? Right. What's the light? Do you know? Right? It's talking about Christ, right? Let's see. Let's prove that. Give me a second. Uh, go to John 8 and 12. Right?
And this is the book of John, chapter 8 and verse 12. Then spake Yahushua again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world.
I am what?
I am the light of the world.
Read on.
He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life.
Right. So that applies to us, Israelite, also. Right? When you live in according to the law, statutes, and commandments, you follow Yahushua, right? Guess what? You are living in the light. You become a light to the world. Right? Read on. Go back to, I just wanted to prove that point. Go back to Isaiah 60 and read on. Verse 2.
For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But Yahweh shall Salakia.
Now go ahead. You got it, King.
But Yahweh shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee.
Right. So sometimes when you see the word darkness, right, a lot of people think it's physical darkness, but it could be referred as great evil also. All right. And I can prove that if I need to, but for the sake of time, we can keep going. Let me see. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Let me prove that. All right. And again, if you guys have anything if you have anything you want to add on, you know, um, you know, come up stage. Come up stage and be part of the conversation. And just raise your hand up. Okay. Go to Exodus 10 and 21. All right. We're just gonna take it slow. Till Sharp Park comes. And I'll keep doing what I'm doing while we're doing this a little bit. Yeah, Salakia.
Yeah, I'm about to come back in like 2 minutes. Because
Okay, done.
we got to handle our business before we take this trip to Memphis.
Right. I know. I actually just booked my thing actually yesterday too. But yeah, trying to get some stuff situated too. But go ahead, do your thing though. Like I said, I'm gonna hold it down. Go to Exodus 10 and 21. Let me prove that, okay? That darkness can be a form of evil that can be felt. Okay.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 10 and verse 21. And Yahweh said unto Moses, stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there, Salakia, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt.
Even what?
Even darkness which may be felt.
Right. So that's talking about evil coming upon the face of that land, right? Go back to Isaiah. All right. Salakia, Israel. I kind of have this thing where I have to prove each point that I make, as in if I'm trying to prove a scripture. But go ahead back to Isaiah 60. Let's keep going. I'm gonna try to just move with it real quick. Okay. Go to verse 3.
And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising.
Right. That's how we become the light to the Gentiles. Right. Christ is our light, and we are the light to the Gentiles. Right. So what that means is we teach them the ways of the Most High. That's all that's saying. All right. If you want to call that some form of salvation, it is what it is. Because yes, some of them will be saved, right? For slavery, right, and for other things. We understand that. So don't get caught up in this whole point of being a light to the Gentiles. All right, because a lot of the guys in the opposing side will try to hang you up with that and try to equate it to salvation is equal to the Israelites, when we understand through the prophecies and scriptures that that's not going to be the case. But read on. Go to verse 4. Salakia.
Lift up thine eyes round about, and see, all they gather themselves together. They come to thee. Thy son shall come from Salakia. Thy son shall come from far, and thy daughters shall be nurse at thy side.
Right. All right, we already know what that's getting into, but I'm not gonna. We're gonna keep going. Keep going. Verse 5.
God, then thou shalt see and flow together, and thine heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee. The forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee.
All right, read on.
Verse 6. The multitude of camels shall cover thee, the dromedaries of the Midians, Salakia, the dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all they from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall show forth the praises of Yahweh.
Read on.
Verse 7. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee. The rams of Naboth shall minister unto thee. They Salakia, they shall come with acceptance on mine altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory.
Right. So this is primarily talking about the children of Ishmael. Right. Go to Genesis 25:13. This particular verse here. Let me prove that real quick, and we're gonna keep moving. All right, because I want to touch on certain verses, and we keep building on that. Okay, but we about to get to the point of where I'm trying to get to. Let me see. Yeah.
Ready for that verse?
Yeah, go ahead. Genesis 25:13. I just want to prove that these are the children of the Ishmaelite. It's just dealing with this one particular nation, but go ahead.
God. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 25 and verse 13. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Naboth, and Kedar, and Adbel, and Mibsam.
Right. So I just wanted to prove that's what this is doing in this particular scripture. Okay. So we understand that those are part of the heathen nations that we're gonna obviously roll over. But go ahead to verse 8. This is where my point is really.
God, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 60 and verse 8. Who are these that fly as the clouds? Salakia. Who are these that fly as a cloud? And as the doves of their windows.
Right. That's talking about Yahushua, the angels, and the 144. Okay. Read on verse 9.
Verse 9. Surely the owls shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, unto the name of Yahweh thy God.
Right. So going back to verse 8 real quick, like I said, that's talking about the chariots, right? It says, who are these that fly as a cloud, right? And as the doves of their windows, right? Then when you get into it, it talks about, then when you go further into it, it talks about how once that's established, how the other nations, right, will start building back the walls and all that. Let's just read it. Go to verse 10.
God, verse 10. And the sons of the strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee.
Right. So this is salvation for Israel, right? Yahushua, the angels are going to come, right, in the cloud and the chariots, right, to redeem us from this captivity. All right. And this particular verse here links up directly with Isaiah 14 and 1 and 2, right? Also Isaiah 56 and 6. You can see that also. All right. And you can see a prophecy. If you go to Ezra 1 and 2, let me see. All right, go to Revelations 21 and 24. I want to touch on this light then, real quick also. All right. This whole salvation for the other nations. This is their salvation right here.
And this is the book of Revelation, chapter 21 in verse 24. And
Yeah,
the
hold on a
nations,
second. Before I say that, right? Before we bring it out, I noticed that a lot of us have to keep defending, like when we deal with the other side, we keep defending this whole word salvation, right? Um, Me personally, I think we need to get out of that whole conversation because yes, they will be saved, okay? Because we can see it in the prophecies that not all of them are going to be killed. That's salvation, right? Um, because they're going to be alive, but they're just going to be put in subjection under the Israelites, right? We need people to build back what they've destroyed, right?
Salakia.
Go ahead,
I remember Elder Zabak always say they salvation is the plantation.
Con. That's why I said like we got to get off that whole argument of are they gonna get salvation? Yeah, they're gonna get salvation, right? Getting their back whipped, right, by the Israelite, man, right? Putting them in captivity if they go out of order. You understand? Putting them in their own place and then doing what we tell them to do, right? While we get our orders from the Yahweh and the Most High. That's salvation. That's being them saved. They're not utterly destroyed right away, right? So that's what I'm saying. Let's get out of that whole argument with that. They can have it, but just put it in perspective, right? So come to scriptures that deals with that particular type of salvation. Don't argue the point of they're not going to be saved. Brothers keep doing that. There's no need to do that, right? But anyways, go to Revelation 21. I think I said 24, but let me see where I want to start at. Well, just go right to that because the top part just talks about how the Most High and Yahushua will be the light, and we know what that's getting into. Some people look at that and say it's not going to be any more sun, no more moon. That's not what it's talking about, man. That's talking about them being the light to us, right? This is why you got to follow that order. There's a reason why 1 Corinthians 11, 3 on down exists, right? It's about order, right? And it's the same thing that's going to be established in the kingdom of heaven, right? The Most High is going to be over Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai, again, it's going to be broken down a little bit more. Then you're going to have the 144, the governing body of Israel, right? And you're going to have us as a whole nation, right? And Yahweh Shai is going to be our light, right? Again, don't get caught up in all that salvation number jumbo going back and forth with that. But go ahead and read. Let's go right to the point. And Shah Paul, you can hop in when you're ready. Verse 24. You there, Ak?
God, this is the book of Revelation, chapter 21 and verse 24. And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth shall do Salakia, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor into it.
Right. So what is this talking about? It's not talking about Israelites. It's talking about other nations, right? And what do we see? What word do we see there? Which are saved, right? But what are they saved for? That's the key word. What are they saved for? Are they saved to rule with us, right? Because that's what really kingdom of heaven is talking about, rulership, right? Are they saved for that? We don't see that in the prophecies, right? Because why would we have scriptures like this? Because when you read on down, right, they're going to be servants. They're going to be doing what we tell them to do, right? It's not saying anything about them ruling with us, right? Judging, the 12 tribes and, taking control of the earth. No, that's not what that's saying. So let's not get carried away because we see the word saved and salvation. But anyways, I didn't mean to turn into that. But the point, I'm just going to drop that. But the point of the whole thing, why I brought up Isaiah 60, was really laid in verse 8, just to emphasize the point of the chariots. But again, it gets into other parts, talking about salvation for Israel and what role the other nations will play. Okay?
Yeah, I'm
So,
back.
are you back?
Yeah, I'm back, Ak. And it's good that you went into that though, Ak, because that's the reason why they say the chariots is a national security threat because their salvation is the plantation. And when they see the chariots emerging and the chariot sightings are at an all time high right now, They know that their time is up. You know what I'm saying it's about time they get either destroyed or gathered up for the plantation. They know that. That's why it's a national security threat. So you bringing out that you know their salvation is captivity while our salvation is rulership. You understand that was an important topic too. You know what I'm saying?
God, all praises.
Yeah, because that got to be clear. That's why Elder Zabaki always say, their salvation is the plantation because
God,
they'll be like, don't the heathens get salvation? He's supposed to be a light unto the Gentiles. Yeah, but that light is leading them into slavery. you know, yeah, it is a light. Yahushua is the light, and Yahushua is bringing the light, which is also the law, right? And according to the law, right, we above all people, and we supposed to rule over these nations. That's the law. And Yahushua was the living embodiment of the law. So when he died for Israel and died so Israel could keep the laws, he didn't do all of that just to come back and have us break the laws, especially the law of Deuteronomy 7 and 6. Khan? If y'all following, what I'm saying, hit that 777 again. Hit that 777. And we about to get into this article. Definitely gonna get into this article right now, y'all. And Israel, I am prepared for the trip to Memphis tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Brother's gonna be driving down to Memphis tomorrow morning. So I got some things to handle. I'm gonna have this room open as long as I can, but I might just cut it short. I might cut it like around 12, 12:30. It depends. You know what I'm saying? Depends if brothers jump on here and they want to edify more about the subject. But I might just be heading out of here like around 12, 12:30. That's why I got into the lesson early. And I'm surprised there's no scoffers. You know what I'm saying? I'm absolutely surprised there's no scoffers. But what do you expect, man? These men, they got a million doctrines when it comes to saving the heathen, especially the so-called white man. They got a million doctrines when it comes to saving Esau, and they'll battle all day about what I'm saying a Cornelius, or they'll battle all day about uh, um, Deuteronomy 23 and 7, right? But when it comes to other subjects of the scriptures, man, they don't want nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. That dude Jack was plaguing our stage. That dude Tamario didn't even come scoffing today, man. Someone just raised their hand.
Hey,
God,
Salakia.
God.
Hey, I just want to like in that Isaiah 60 that was brought out, specifically verse 11, because I know it's some people in the audience that might not know, but whenever you deal with the forces of the Gentiles, that's going to be their wealth, their resources. They're going to be bringing that day and night to us. So if you think that's salvation, that you have to, give up what you work for, have your salvation as a Gentile, I guess.
right. And go to verse 12 and see what happens if they don't do that.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 60 and verse 12. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Those nations, Salakia, yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
Right. That's exactly what's going to happen. If you call that equality and salvation, and all powers to you.
Salakia.
Uh,
Hey, And just a quick point, it didn't say, because they believe they get saved and all they do is just simply serve the Lord. But that verse said that will not serve thee, right? That's just like what Yahweh said when he was like, whoever don't want to serve me, bring them here and slay them before me, right? So it didn't say, just be saved and serve just the Lord. It said thee. That was for the Israelites.
Right. And remember, that's also is letting you know that they are going to be nations that are going to go off, right, in the kingdom of heaven, right? And people think that this whole, we're not going to go off because what, the laws is going to be embedded in our minds, right? And we understand that through Jeremiah 31 and 31, we read on down, right? And also in the book of Hebrew. So, some of them are going to want to go off, but we're going to check them and make sure they stay in order, right? I mean, when you think Obadiah 1 and 18 is going to happen, it's going to happen in the kingdom of heaven, all right? Not on this side. They're not going to be utterly destroyed here. They're going to go into captivity. You understand? So, when you get through these prophecies, you got to understand what it's talking about, you know. But I yield.
Con. Yeah, man. That's gonna be, what their lot is, man. Let me get Deuteronomy 30:7, man.
All right, this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, and verse 7. And Yahweh, thy God, will put all these curses upon thine enemies, and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee.
Right. So the Most High God's gonna put all these curses. What curses was he referring to? Right, the curses that you find in chapter 28. So he says he's gonna put all those curses on them. So not only is this a prophecy, but since it's in Deuteronomy, it's a prophecy slash law. So it gotta happen double the time. It gotta happen because it's prophecy, and it gotta happen because it's law. Unless you want the Most High God to break the law, right? So all the curses that happen to us, according to prophecy and law, is gonna happen to the heathen that persecuted us, especially. So let's get some of these curses. Let's get Deuteronomy 28, 47, and 48. Let's get that.
Salakia, just real quick, let me just add a real quick point, right? So Shalpar's point, the Most High's words does not come back void, right? If it is written, it will come to pass, right? In accordance to Isaiah 55 and 11. So I just want to make sure I just added that real quick, because some people will say, oh, that's the Old Testament. Nah, this curses has to go back to those that oppress us, but I yield.
Uh, we don't, we don't serve a double-minded power, This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 47. Because thou servest not Yahweh thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart for the abundance of all things, therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies which Yahweh shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee.
Absolutely. That yoke of iron around your neck, right? Them chains, them whips, right? All of that. All of that is going to happen to the heathen. Every single curse you read in Deuteronomy chapter 28, that's going to happen to the heathen, right? Because the Most High's voice does not go out void, and also his prophecy and his laws, must be fulfilled.
Hey, child, don't forget, it's going to be double, according to Revelation 18:6.
Uh,
It's not going to be a third, it's going to be double on them.
yep, it's gonna be double the trouble. But I see,
Um, like 1,000 years of slavery, man. You gotta remember, man. Some brothers, they gonna pay, man. Somebody give me Zechariah 1:15. You see, Esau, there's laws against in the Bible, even when you're under slavery, that you wasn't supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like I said, they wasn't supposed to butt break us. They wasn't supposed to lynch us and keep us there overnight, so with the smell, so that other people can look and fear, so that the sister Billie Holiday can make a song about it. And she went down south, strange fruit, seeing the bodies laid up. They wasn't supposed to do all of these things, man. I mean, they wasn't even supposed to rape your woman because she was still your woman. Even though she was in slavery, she was still your woman. You understand? So it was like an adultery thing. They raped your woman in front of your eyes. So this is why they're gonna get this harsh treatment. And there's some brothers I've heard said, well, it was our fault. Yeah, we did break the commandments. Or just remember, they overdid things. Zechariah 1:15. That's why when you read the Bible dictionary, it said there's no mercy for Edom, the only nation that's promised no mercy from the Most High. Okay? Give me Zechariah 1:15.
God, this is the book of Zechariah, chapter 1 and verse 15. And I am very Salakia, and I am very sore displeased with the heathen that are
Stop
at
right there,
ease.
brother. Stop. That are at ease. They act like they didn't do nothing wrong. They don't even want you to bring up slavery. They trying to take it out of the history books and everything. Like we supposed to go about our lives like nothing happened. This dramatic thing didn't happen for 400 years or so. Like nothing happened. This is what they want us to do. But as soon as they bring up 9/11, they cry about the Holocaust. They bring up all their pain and suffering, but we can't even talk about it. The Lord says he's very displeased at the heathens that at ease. Come on.
For I was but a little displeased, and they helped forward the affliction.
The Lord says he was a little displeased at us for breaking the commandments. Yeah, he was displeased, but these bastards, it tells you in Isaiah 47 that they showed us no mercy. No mercy at all. You know what I mean? And this is why you hear brothers say they're gonna get 1,000, man. You know what I mean? They're gonna be beat like crazy, man. They're gonna pray for the Sabbath to come in. That's the only time they ain't gonna get beat. It's the only time they ain't gonna get beat. They're gonna pray for that Sabbath to come in. But after that Sabbath, it's gonna be beatings. It's gonna be punishment on them. They're gonna be ruled with an iron fist, iron rod, broken to shivers, just like the book of Revelation, just like Hamashiach Yahushua was saying. And I can't wait. That I land.
Hey, Salakia, Elder. It might even have to happen on the Sabbath, too. Because when you're thinking about like the nations with their actions right now, it's like what we see them do. Moab can't stop eating, everything that he finds on the floor. It's like he might be doing that on the Shabbat. Esau might be
He's gonna be
committing
punished.
fornication.
He's gonna be punished. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, we gonna, as according to the scriptures, allow everybody to rest on the Sabbath. But if they doing certain things like that, they're gonna be punished. That's what I'm saying. We ain't gonna be beating them and stuff like that on the Sabbath. We got according to the laws, we got to give them that rest. But like I say, right after that Sabbath, you know, it's gonna be war on them because they're gonna be under a serious punishment for what they did.
Con. Um, let's link up what the elder brought out. If in Zechariah 1:15, go to Psalm 69. Go right to the point. Start at 22.
Fine, this is the book of Psalms, chapter 69 and verse 22. Let their table become a snare before them, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it be a trap. Salakia, let it become a trap.
Come, read on.
Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not, and make their loins continually to shake.
All right, read on.
Verse 24. Pour out thine indignation upon them, and let thy wrathful anger take hold of them. Verse
Right.
25.
So that's talking about the judgment that's to come upon them, right? This is talking about the wicked of the world. This particular prayer here, right? And we're going to see that. Read on.
Let their habitation be desolate, and let none dwell in their tents. For they persecute him whom thou hast smitten.
Hold that. What's that talking about? All right. It says, for they persecute him whom thou hast smitten. Right. That's talking about the curses that Shah Paul was touching on earlier. Right. Then when the elder brought out Zechariah 1 and 15, they added to that affliction. Right. They didn't care. They did all manner of wickedness on us. Right. They went way beyond what they should be doing. Right. Read on.
And they talk to the grief of those whom thou hast wounded.
Right. So that again, that's talking about the same thing. Right. They prosecute us. Right. And don't even care. All right. Read on verse 27, and we could drop it.
Verse 27. Add iniquity unto their iniquity, and let them not come into thy righteousness.
All right. We understand what that's getting into. All right. Read verse 28, and he's going to wrap everything up for their final judgment.
Verse 28. Let them be blotted out of the book of the living, and not be written with the righteous.
Right. So there is no such thing as equality. Right. When we're in rulership, they're not going to be ruling with us. All right. They're going to be blotted out and completely obliterated from the face of the earth. All right. But I yield.
Hey, Salakia, can I bring a precept?
Yeah, Connor, go ahead.
Listen to this. Psalms 18 and 40. Thou hast also given, Salakia, thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord, but he answered them not. You see? So I don't know where equality coming from.
That's powerful. That was what? Psalms 18 and what?
Verse 40 of the Torah.
Yeah, that was powerful. And one Ari brought out was powerful too. Powerful. You know, that shows you, man. You know, they're gonna well deserve. You know what I mean? They gonna deserve what they get. Because the Lord is seeing everything. Right now, as we speaking on this app, they selling our women, man. They selling our women. They got our women probably all the way down there. Who knows? Saudi Arabia, man. Or on a damn ship. With a damn iron sheik or something, man. Young, virgin. It's what the sex trafficking. You think this sex trafficking is a game? You think they not picking up women? And this is why we tell our sisters, man, you know, y'all need protection. Y'all can't be out in the streets 2 o'clock in the morning, man. And then we looking at you and we see in some paper that says, have you seen this person? Because you out in the streets 2 o'clock in the morning, half naked. Y'all can't be doing that. It's not wise. And it's against the laws. But then what happened is a lot of sex trafficking going on. You see what I'm saying? And somebody kidnap you and they never see you again. You know? They look for particular ages, but yeah, you know, if you around as young sisters, I'm telling you, if you from the age of 15, I'll say hypothetically to 28, 29, you know what I mean? This is what these beasts look for. Probably younger than that. Probably 13 to 25, 26. These damn sex traffickers is moving, man. They moving. And they kidnapping a lot of our sisters, man. A lot of our sisters. The book, the paper, the final call got something on that. A lot of our sisters are being sex trafficked, man. So, our nation, this is why you got to be keeping the laws and the commandments. You know what I mean? And all our women is in danger, man. And our men. But this devil likes to prey on the weaker vessel. That's why he came out shooting. First thing he did is shoot the black woman. Because I got a lot of anger towards the black woman, these nations too. Women, they see her as the ones that, bringing birth and so on. So they feel like if they can stop her, they can stop the race somewhat, which is backwards because the man carries the seed too. You see what I'm saying? But they weak and they demons, so they gonna pray on what they see as the weak. What the scriptures say, the weaker vessel. Which our sisters don't take that offensive. It just means that the man was here mentally, physically stronger to protect y'all, and y'all gotta yield to that in these times. And that don't mean, me and Ari and brothers always tell you that don't mean to yield to somebody that's not wise. It's just any old cat just for protection. No, a man that serves the Most High and Yahweh Shai. You know what I mean? If you don't have a head, because it's war times out here, and it's war times for the men. And we got to understand that. We got to understand what time it is. The scriptures tell you that. Somebody give me Ecclesiastes 3. Somebody give me Ecclesiastes 3 in the Bible. 3 and 3. It's a time for everything. And you not knowing the time, it's a danger. Read.
Fine. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 and verse 3. A time to kill.
There's what?
And a time to kill.
So the Bible said there's a time to kill. Come on.
And a time to heal.
And a time to heal. Come on.
A time to break down.
Come on.
And a time to build up.
A time to break down. So now let's get clearance. We're not telling nobody because we're on this app to go out and kill anybody. You got a right to defend yourself. That's according to the laws of even the land. A man has a right to defend himself, but we're not advocating because there's a time for that. You don't have power yet. The government is still ruling. When Yahweh Shai comes, that's when you have power to enforce that. Right now, we're in a time of heal. Okay, we're in a time to heal, and we're in a time to break down and to build up. Break down what? All that pride and arrogancy and build you back up through the scriptures. We ain't in no time to kill now because we now have power over government. All you're going to do is get yourself jammed up, locked up and stuff. You know what I mean? And you're going to have to be behind bars for whatever time. Praying that the Most High Yahweh Shai break them down, break them prisons and everything so that you could get out. You don't want to do that, all right? So you got to stay in order. Like I say, you got a right to defend yourself. But, you know what I mean? It's going out there and advocating to get this devil, even though, a lot of brothers and sisters would want that. No, it's not the time yet. So just stay in order, you know what I mean? And we definitely wouldn't be shouting no craziness like that over an app anyway. That don't even make no sense. So we gotta understand what time we're living in and just prepare ourselves. Okay? Give me the 8 first, brother.
Fine. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 and verse 8. A time to love.
What?
And a time to love.
A time to love, a love among your nation. Come on.
And a time to hate.
And a time to hate. There's all type of times. Okay, how you going to speak about forgiving this man, or forgiving this kid, this 18-year-old kid? Negroes is always talking about forgiving them. A simple sister, and she's simple. She don't even know what the man would like. Talk about the man is dead and now he would want you to forgive. So you telling me this man is dead now in the grave? He would just tell you to forgive the man, even though the man killed him and took his life? That's an idiot. If that's the case, he deserved to go because that's foolish. But she wants to make that statement because she want to forgive the white man so much that if he's dead, but he would want you to forgive him. Craziness, man. Read on.
Salaki, I gotta get it right back to it. 3,
Right.
I was at verse 8. Gone. A time of war.
What? What,
A
brother?
time. A time of war
A time of war. Come on.
and a time of peace.
And a time of peace. We ain't in no peaceful time. If you was in a peaceful time, just like the book of Zechariah say, your children would be able to go and play in the streets without worrying about anything. You wouldn't be worried about your water being contaminated. You wouldn't be worried about this man planning COVID to destroy you more and more. If you was in a time of peace, you're not in a time of peace. So that means you got to be in time of war. So that's what I'm saying. We got to prepare ourselves. That I land.
Salakia, real quick, if I may, just adding to a point the elder brought out, right? This is how crazy our people are, right? If I'm shopping, right? I went to the store, did my shopping, I wasn't bothering nobody. Somebody comes and kill me, right? Was that just, right? That wasn't just because I wasn't doing anything to cause them any harm for them to feel like they need to protect themselves, right? I died unjustly. See, this is why people, they don't know the Bible. They don't even understand that the blood of the just that died for nothing cries out to the Most High, that they were taken away from this world untimely, right? So no, they're not going to say, oh, I forgive them, right? But when you're talking to someone that lack wisdom of the scriptures, that's what they're going to say. And that's what the Christian church teach us. Oh no, he would have want for you to forgive. And he did absolutely nothing, and you just sniffed him out of this world, right? Primarily in that case with the whole situation at the top store was primarily our elder sisters that were killed there. All right. But let me prove the fact that when we get taken on this world unjustly, cry out to the Most High, man. Right? Joshua, go to 2nd Ezra 15:7. Right?
Gone. This is the book. 2nd Ezra, you said chapter 15.
Yes, start at 7.
Gone. Verse 7. Therefore, saith the Lord, I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit, neither will I suffer them in those things, in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and the righteous blood crieth unto me.
Hold that. It says, let's make this clear. It says, behold, the innocent, right? So if you're just there shopping, doing your thing, right, and you get slain unjustly, that's what it's talking about. Then it gets into the righteous, all right, which are the saints, right? Men, women of Israel that lived a certain lifestyle, that did the work of the Most High and got killed in that process, right? Or got persecuted unjustly and got slain through that process. And we can see plethora of examples of that in the scriptures, right? Read on.
Done. And the souls of the just complain continually.
What do they do again?
And the souls of the just complain continually.
They complain continually unto the Most High, right? When you get into the whole thing with the chambers of souls, all right? It says, behold, the innocent and righteous blood cried unto me. And the souls of the just complain continually. Right? What happened to Abel? Right? That's what this is talking about. When Abel got slain unjustly. Right? Let's go to that account. Hold this though. We're gonna go to the next verse. All right. So all that retard talk of forgiving, and the thing is, he hasn't even asked for no damn forgiveness. Our people will forgive these heathens faster than anything. Right? Faster than you can turn your head, they're already forgiving him. All right. Give me that account with Abel.
And I'm in the book of Genesis, chapter 4 right now.
All right. What is it? 4 and what? Let me see. I don't have my thing in front of me. I'm just going off the dome right now.
I got it right.
4 and 10?
It's 4 and 9.
Okay, start at 9. Yeah, go ahead.
And Yahweh said unto Cain, where is thy brother Abel? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
Right? That's that wicked spirit. Right? And some of our brothers move in that spirit today. Right? They can care less about their brothers or their sisters. Right? But when the heathen come and kill them, they're forgiving these damn bastards. Read on, verse 10.
And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
Right. That's a direct link to what we're bringing out in 2nd Ezra. All right. The blood of the innocent cried unto the Most High continually. Okay. For justice. Read on, verse 9. Go to 2nd Ezra. Drop that. Go to 2nd Ezra 15 and 9. And see what happens.
God, this is book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 15 and verse 9. And therefore, saith the Lord, I will surely avenge them.
I will what?
I will surely avenge them.
Read on.
And receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them.
Right. You see that? That's justice. That's justice. You understand? We serve a just God. You know, if we left it up to these damn Israelites, we would not get any type of justice, man. Like we can get slaughtered left and right and absolutely no justice for what happens to us. And I'm glad that you guys are not the Most High God, man. Damn madness. Forgiving people that didn't even ask for forgiveness. It's crazy. I get, man.
Hey, Salakia family, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I'm going to go ahead and start getting ready for plantation.
Hey, Khan, the water for the reading, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, the water.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah Shalom.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah Shalom, King. Hey, Choni, did you say anything yet?
Shalom, all praise to Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah, elders,
Shalom,
everyone. I just came up to be a reader for a few minutes until I got to go back to the plantation.
Okay, Khan. The water. Appreciate y'all brothers, man, for looking out.
All right, Axel, if you came to be a reader, while we got you on stage, you want to open up that article and read it for the people?
Khan, give me 1 second.
Con. If everybody hasn't done it already, make sure you click that little green house on top. Follow this platform, Crown of Thorns. Make sure y'all follow the moderators, and make sure y'all following everybody on stage that's spreading wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Kwame Ashrala.
Let me see if I can get that. Salaki King.
That's all right.
All right. The UFOs pose potential national security threats, lawmakers warn. Representative Carson on Tuesday warned that UFOs pose a potential national security threat to the U.S. and need to be treated that way during a highly anticipated hearing with the Pentagon's top intelligence officials on mysterious aerial sightings. Carson, the chairman of the House Counterterrorism, Counterintelligence, and Counterproliferation Subcommittee, said the Department of Defense swept the issue of Shalaki, swept the issues of undenified aerial phenomenon under the rug. For too long, the stigma associated with UAPs has forgotten in the way of good intelligence analysts, he said. Pilots avoided reporting, Salaki, pilots avoided reporting or were laughed at when they did.
You see
DOD,
that? It said that it said pilots didn't want to report because they'll be ridiculed. But this been going on for years. I read on, King.
officials regulated the issue to the back room or swept it under the rug entirely, fearful of a spectacle national security committee. Wow. Today we know better, Carson continued. They are real. They need to be investigated, and the many threats they pose need to be investigated. The House of Intelligence Committee heard testimonies from Under Security of Defense for Intelligence and Security, Roland Moultrie, and Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott Bray, who are overseeing the Pentagon new airborne object identification and management. What's that word there? Got me. It's right. Salaki on that word right there. Group.
It's okay, King. You can even skip it, right?
The group will collect data from source in the military and government to analyze unexplained phenomenon and try to identify them. The UAP task force was created after intelligence officials released a report last year that found 144 unexplained UAPs from 2004 to 2021. The database for UAP sightings and encounters now include around 400 reports, the intelligence officials say at the hearing.
Wait a second, it said 400 reports.
Yeah, 400 reports, 144 unexplained UAPs from 2004 to 2021.
And they said they use the number 144.
Can't make this stuff up.
Oh, man. They use the number 144. Oh, man. When describing the UFOs, too, right?
John.
Oh, man. Yo, let's continue. Gosh.
In open remarks, Bray acknowledged that UAPs represents serious hazards and pose potential threats to the security of defense operations. The Naval Intelligence Officer said the Pentagon was working to build on relationships with the military to encourage more reporting on UAPs. So they trying to work together to try to figure this thing out. It really want to try to take it down if they could.
Yeah, and notice that they feel like belittled, right? Because remember, know who we dealing with. We dealing with Esau. Esau is the cunning hunter. But all the abilities that the chariots got, it's making them impossible to hunt. You know what I'm saying? It's embarrassing to him. Like, yo, this is something I can't keep track of.
That's
All right,
deep. That's
go on.
deep because when
Yeah,
you
go
look
ahead,
at
Jeff.
Salaki, yeah, that's deep because when you look at that, it's like, they will put their own lives up
Right.
just so that we can't, have that position, or they have to admit their position. It's almost like, we're going to just continue to keep, before we say, okay, we're second or you got us, they're going to always come up with an excuse. What was that? We also spent considerable efforts engaging directly with our naval advisors to help, I guess, demise the attack, reporting sites and encounterings. He said the direct results of those efforts have been increased reporting. The message is now clear. If you see something, you need to report it. At two, you want me to keep going, King?
Yeah, keep going.
At Tuesday's hearings, lawmakers expressed increased concerns about UAPs and their potential security implications to the U.S., noting if any of the UAPs are associated with foreign adversaries, it would be dangerous for the nation.
See that? They worried about if anything uh be how can you say? Read that poem one more time. If the UAPs or the UFOs or the chariots
Are
team up
associated.
with foreign adversaries, they'll be completely exposed, right? Read that.
Mm. At Tuesday's hearings, lawmakers expressed increasing concerns on UAPs and their potential security implications to the U.S., noting if any of the UAPs are associated with foreign adversaries, it would be dangerous for the nation.
Right? But ain't no foreign adversary they down with, right? It's us right here in Babylon, right? God,
God.
all right, bring that out.
Uh, Republican Adam Schiff, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, pushed for the Pentagon and the public to understand that UAPs are becoming a national security concern. UAPs reports have been around for decades, yet we haven't had any orderly way for them to be reported without stigma and to be investigated, Stipe said in the hearing. That needs to change.
They've been around for decades. They've been noticing them for decades in the air, in the Navy, you know what I'm saying, pilots, whatever, but they can't really organize them because, you know what I'm saying, the technology is too crazy. We needed to catch up, basically. That's what I'm saying. So, all praise to the Most High God and the water for the chariots. It's on that.
I believe so. Let's see. Okay, Salaki. Ben Moultrie said they were not aware of any uh, technological advances among foreign nations that could explain any of the encounters. Moultrie, the Pentagon top intelligence officer, said the UAP task force was just an intrude as the public. We have
Right? Right,
we
read
have
on.
we have character and we're people just like you, Moultrie said. We have our own I'm not sure that word, King. Inquisitive. we have our nations. We want to know what's out there just as much as want to know what's out there. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's driving them crazy. Esau's he's used to being the bird of prey, swooping down on us. You know what I'm saying? He's used to being the cunning hunter that could hunt down any beast, cut its head off and put it on his wall.
Okay. At the hearing, officials played a disclassified video clip showing a mysterious UAP that zipped by a pilot's aircraft in a U.S. Navy training yard.
Right. That sounds kind of weird, but go ahead.
It appears to be a spectral object traveling at extremely high speeds.
Extremely high speeds. Right, we doing?
I do not have any explanation for what the spectral object is, Bay said. Bay and Moultrie both said they would commit to declassifying more information when possible and when it does not pose a national security risk, saying the task force would operate with more transparency
Got more.
than past
They just
Pentagon
said
programs.
they just said he got more information, but they'll let us know when they feel ready. That's that just said, right?
Salaki, I didn't hear you, King. Sorry.
Talakia. You know what I'm saying? It said they got more information, right? But they only will disclose that when they feel like we're ready.
Let me
That's what
read that.
you said?
Let me read that again.
Yeah.
I do not have an explanation for what this specific object is, Bay said. Bay and Moultrie both said that they would commit to declassifying more information when possible and when it does not pose a national security risk, saying the task force would operate with more transparency than past Pentagon programming. So really, like what I'm taking from that is, because he said, you know, declassifying more information when possible and when it does not pose a national security threat. So anything beyond their feelings about anything posing a national security threat, they're gonna let you know. They're gonna keep, you know, they're secretive, man. Those people are secretive, but they can't win. You can't beat the chariots, man. You can try, and try, but it's just not. It's not for you to see.
Khan came, but Esau, he's just so used to being in control. Now when something took his control away, he can't handle it. Khan away. Bring it out, huh? How much is left on that article?
That's it, King.
Oh, that was it? Alright. All praises I Father for that.
I am the bar.
Hey, Salaki, I think if Esau could, and he could obtain the Holy Spirit, I think they will have it in a jar in a science lab somewhere. If he can really do that, but it can't. You can't obtain the Holy Spirit like that. You know what I'm trying to say?
Hey, I got a second article to go to. Then after that, I'm gonna start winding the room down. So let me get a little second. Oh, we got somebody else going to get on the stage. Brother Kev, 4854. giving me a hard time again. You on the stage, Jack. But let me as of scripture, right? Let me get the book of Isaiah, right? Let me get Isaiah 61 and start at verse 10.
Con. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 61 and verse 10. I will greatly rejoice in the Lord. My soul shall be rejoiceful in my God. For he hath clothed me with the garments of salvation. He hath covered me with the robe of righteousness. As a bridegroom decked himself with ornaments, and as a bride adoreth herself with her jewels.
Right, so we supposed to be prepared for all this, man. Right, as a bride waiting for her groom to come. And when we see these chariots come through, know that that day has come, man. Hey, we got Monica on stage. What's going on, Monica? Monica. Monica, are you there? From
Hey, Sean Paul, you calling me out?
nah, nah,
No,
nah.
he's calling Monica. She a troll. What's she doing? Monica, like she a troll, Shaw Paul.
It might be a show, right? Monica, you gonna
Good morning, you guys.
You know, Monica may be a troll trying to put some device on us or listening device, man. You need to get her out of here, Shaw Paul, because she ain't saying nothing.
yeah, she just joined the party. All right, we got K up here. What's going on, Love Bug?
Hey, good morning.
You got anything you want to add to the conversation, or a question you want to ask? Hey, Queen K.
Yes.
Yeah, I asked if you wanted to add something about the subject, or if you had any questions about the subject.
No, I actually was just looking at the clicking the link. My bad.
Okay.
It
So,
says this is usually for people they got something to say. What happened? She took off.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think I
yeah,
just want to be on stage to be seen for a second.
and she ain't have no picture.
I know, but what I'm saying, for people to think that she's someone we should follow. Sometimes people just jump on stage, so other people that's listening might think that she's somebody to follow, and she probably felt like we wasn't really gonna put her on the spot that quick.
Yeah, yeah. This app is bogged down, huh? This
Yeah,
app is
absolutely
bogged
bugged
down.
out, absolutely bugged out. But let me put up this next article right quick. I'm about to post up this article from the New York Times. Then after that, start winding it down. And there you go. It's up, y'all. The new link. Check it out. I thought I just put the new link. I ain't throw that up. Hold on, Salakia, y'all. Let's see. There y'all go. All right, you can read that article for the people. I'm looking in the chat. It says Shorty did that before. She just went to sit on stage. That was crazy. That's kind of weird. Akbar, you there?
Slocky King, they got me running around. Yeah, not at the moment.
Okay, kind.
Shalom.
Kind,
Yahweh
Shalom.
Shem Yahweh Shah Barakatah. Need a
Peace.
reader?
Yeah, kind.
Okay, come. Let's see here. It's got this block. I'm getting. So I can hold on a second. Let me see if I can open it up again.
What did you just say, King?
I was saying it's not letting me open it up. It's giving me this. I got to log in to.
They say you got to log in.
1 second. Continue.
Nah, if it's saying that, I'll post another article. It ain't that serious. I got a bunch of articles.
So I'm not subscribed with New York Times. Continue without
Yeah,
subscribing.
I know. That's all right.
No, I can't do it. I don't want. I can't. I
Nah,
can't do
it's
it.
okay.
Slovakia.
It's okay. I got a bunch of articles. We could just read another one.
Okay, let me try one more time. Okay. At House hearing, videos of unexplained aerial sightings and a push for answers. Pentagon officials testified at a rare public hearing about unidentified phenomena, and lawmakers pledged to bring transparency to an investigation of unexplained reports by military pilots and others. Washington. Pentagon officials testifying at a House subcommittee hearing on Tuesday showed a previously classified video of an unidentified aerial phenomenon, a fleeting color image of a reflective spherical object speeding past a military fighter jet. The congressional hearing was the first in more than a half a century to focus on military reports of unexplained phenomena. The current term for UFOs and a chance for lawmakers to prod the Pentagon for more information, it was also an opportunity for government officials to clarify why explanations were not forthcoming and outline their plans for improving data collection. The Pentagon officials testified under oath that the government had not collected materials from any alien landing on Earth, pushing back on at least one favorite conspiracy theory. The highlight of the hearing was split-second image shot last year through a window of an F-18 fighter jet of a spherical object in the distance. The pilot also reported observing an object. It remains unexplained and is an example of how difficult it is to determine what a short video clip may show. Pentagon officials also played a video and displayed an image shot through night vision lenses that showed glowing green triangles moving through the air. The first video, shot on the West Coast in 2019, puzzled military officials, but the small triangles in the second recording made this year on the East Coast, were determined to be drones, the spooky look being an artifact of the lens used to produce the imagery. This time, other U.S. Navy assets also observed unmanned aerial systems nearby, and we're now reasonably confident that these triangles correlate to unmanned aerial systems in the air, said Scott W. Bray, the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence. Continue. Two more paragraphs I've got.
Yeah. But you see that it's showing that nobody really want to smoke.
Come
You know what I'm saying? There's reports going on. There's people saying things, but nobody really wants to take up the mantle and really contact these things, right? Read
on.
on.
The declassified videos were released at the urging of lawmakers as they pledged to bring transparency to an investigation of unexplained reports by military pilots and others that have long been shrouded in stigma, confusion and secrecy. The hearing was followed by a classified session where the Pentagon officials could candidly discuss the capabilities and limitations of the cameras and other sensors used to record images. Oh, there's more. Okay. We do not want potential advisories to know exactly what we're able to see or understand, or how we come to the conclusion, Mr. Bray said. Therefore, disclosures must be carefully considered on a case-by-case basis. The Pentagon is creating a new task force to examine the reports with the aim of collecting more information about incidents so that they can be better and more quickly identified. Mr. Bray said the Pentagon was focused on a few reports unexplained phenomena with the strange flight characteristics, like fast movement or no visible means of propulsion. We'll go wherever the data takes us, Mr. Bray said. Again, we've made no assumptions about what this is or isn't. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a report last year, largely compiled by the military, cataloging unexplained aerial phenomena dating to 2004. The Intelligence Committee criticized the documents because it failed to draw conclusions or offer explanations for most of the events. On Tuesday, Mr. Bray tried to explain why it is so difficult to identify the images in the fuzzy videos, but lawmakers insisted that the Pentagon had been too dismissive of explanations. You need to show us, Congress and the American public, whose imagination you have captured. You are willing to follow the facts where they lead, said Representative Andre Carson, Democrat of Indiana and the chairman of the House of Intelligence Subcommittee. Let's see. We fear sometimes that DOD is focused more on emphasizing what it can explain, not investigating what it can't, he said. I'm looking for you to assure us today that all conclusions are on the table. Okay, three more paragraphs.
Go out of King. I appreciate this though. I just
Oh,
want
all
the
praise.
Buckins to get a sense of what's being discussed right now with Congress.
Correct. hmm Mr. Moultrie, who, under questioning from lawmakers, said he was a fan of science fiction and attended at least one science fiction convention, tried to assure Congress that the Pentagon was taking the report seriously. We have our inquisitiveness. We have our questions, he said. We want to know what's out there as much as you want to know what's out there. Privately, many senior U.S. officials have been dismissive of theories suggesting that unknown objects captured in videos could be aliens, and insist there is no evidence that such explanations are probable. Mr. Bray tried to stamp out speculation that the phenomena were extraterrestrial in origin. We have no material. We have detected no emanations within the UAP task force that would suggest it's anything non-terrestrial in origin, he said, referring to unidentified aerial phenomena. The government's inability to identify objects in sensitive operating areas was tantamount to an intelligence failure that we certainly want to avoid, Mr. Crawford said. It's not about finding alien spacecraft. Officials are also skeptical that the phenomenon could be some unknown Chinese or Russian technology, but concede it would be a significant concern if they were. That possibility, lawmakers and officials have said this is why the phenomena need to be examined more carefully. Looks like it's just more about the hearings and what happened in the hearings. Military officers who were too embarrassed to report unexplained phenomena had impeded good intelligence analysis, Mr. Carson said. Pilots avoided reporting or were laughed at when they did, he said.
Yeah, that that out.
hmm We just got hosed. On some level, I think it is a cover up, he said. I have a t shirt I sell on my website. It says, more people believe in UFOs than believe in Congress.
Right.
Is that good, Adawai?
Yeah. With that, we can close it on that one right there. Con, all praises. Well, Israel, I'm gonna start winding it down now. I got a few more moves to make, and personally, I might just even take a 30-minute power nap to get back to my business. So I'm gonna cut it a little bit short today. Macabre, you there? I'm gonna have Macabre or somebody else open up a Shalom and Chill.
Cobb, Cobb, you there? Cobb, answer. Oh, I guess he away. He probably trying to get us sleep too. We got this long trip tonight, man. We're gonna be on this road for 15 hours. Possibly
Yeah,
17.
you're probably 17 because y'all gotta make some stops and
Yeah, God. Before we get to this Memphis,
everything.
he probably making some, trying to get some Z's. I got some running around I got to do too. Yo, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot. I mean, in New York, they talking 90 degrees Saturday and Sunday. Shy already told me Memphis is hot. It's gonna
Wow,
be hot.
we're gonna be hot with the spirits, huh?
God, God. So if you know what they say in New York, 90, and you already know what Memphis is gonna be looking like.
Con. Yeah, I'm gonna shut this one down a little bit early today. It's been a pleasure, Israel. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna see if brothers can open up a Shalom and Chill, or probably one of the sisters, the regulars, can open up a Shalom and Chill in the HOI to the Chariots Fly Room. Or I'll probably just open one up. Matter of fact, yeah. Hold on one second. I'm gonna see if I could open up a room right quick. Irie, you there?
Uh,
I might just have Irie open up in the HOI room.
yeah,
Irie, you there? Do a shalom and chill.
Ari, Ari, everybody doing them running around. When y'all leaving?
We leaving late tonight or early tomorrow. Cause we only 6 hours away.
God, y'all only 6 hours away, right?
Yeah, kind.
God, that's the same thing we was gonna do. Well, it's gonna be early tomorrow though. I mean, it's gonna be like 12. We're gonna be on that road, cause the traffic is light. You're gonna get on that road about 2 o'clock, man. 2 o'clock tonight.
And once again, y'all, we hitting Memphis, man. So if y'all wanna donate anything, give some alms. Alms they take away a multitude of sins, man. If y'all want to give any alms, man, the Cash App is HOI Atlanta, $HOI Atlanta. It's on my profile at the bottom. Yeah, but I'm definitely gonna take like a 30-minute nap to regain some energy because I was up since early, handling business, making sure the family's straight before I leave, and yeah, man, I'm about to shut it down. Shalom Israel, Ahabadah Israel, man.
Salaki Shalom, Kings.
I'm gonna see if I could open up a Shalom and Chill for y'all to just vibe in. Or if they got that morning brew mix still open, y'all can slide up in there. Don't go in no bug out rooms, the idiots. Alright, y'all. Habatah Yasha'ala, Barakatah Yasha'ala, Kwam Yasha'ala. Shalom.